Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hi, welcome to our virtual Derrick Automotive Experience Center here in beautiful Atlantic Station, located in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Derek Bailey, founder of Derrick Automotive Technologies. Come in. Let me grab you a drink and tell you a little bit about our company. By the way, did you know that we have cocktail hours every other Friday evening from 7 to 10? And again on Saturday afternoons from 11 to 5? It's a good way to come in and learn about the company. You should stop by and bring a friend. So, let me tell you a little about us. Derrick Automotive is a company with a simple mission, which is to make electric vehicles more convenient for consumers by changing the way electric vehicles are recharged. Plug-in charging is really the only thing slowing the mass adoption of electric vehicles. And the adoption of electric vehicles is going to be so important to our battle with climate change. Derrick Automotive has a practical solution, which is to put a small generator that we call the Proteus into our vehicle. The Proteus' sole function is to convert fuel into electricity. But here's the key. It converts that fuel with a smaller carbon footprint than if that kilowatt hour was created at a power plant. And here's something else you might not know. When you create a kilowatt hour at a power plant, by the time they transmit that power down the power lines, anywhere from 15 to 40% of it could be lost. So, to plug millions of electric cars into the power grid, and then lose 15 to 40% of every kilowatt hour of power that's created, in our opinion, doesn't make a lot of sense. With the introduction of our Proteus, where we can create that same kilowatt hour at the car, eliminate all those transmission line losses, and all at a carbon footprint that's on par with the power plant anyhow. So we bring convenience without increasing the carbon footprint. We allow vehicles to travel further and with less hassle, and since it's actually comparable to charging from the electric grid, why should consumers be inconvenienced? And we believe that once consumers are no longer inconvenienced, electric vehicles are going to take their place in the automotive sector.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio. Man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helen Hicks. I am your Black Business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker for today is Gene Baker. Gene is a director of corporate affairs for the Art and Kingsley Agency. He's a co-host of Keynote Podcast and past host of Gene's Tune-Up Time, the ultimate discussion about leadership. As an accomplished seasoned sales leader, Gene has a wealth of experience with over 22 years in sales, 20 of which were in sales leadership positions. He is also an accomplished coach and leadership facilitator with an award-winning background in sales training. He is a certified partner with the Management Research Group, MRG, the Global Speakers Platform, and the John Maxwell Team, JMT, and is available to consult with individuals, corporations, and nonprofits. He holds numerous professional certifications in emotional intelligence and leadership behavior analysis, including DISC, LEA 360, IDI, and Discovery Insights. He is also a certified facilitator of DE&I courses. I present to you Gene Baker.
Hey, Helen, thank you for that great intro. How are you?
Good. Very nice to meet you, Gene. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Awesome. Well, hey, everyone. I'm so excited to be back on this platform. I'm a huge believer in what we are trying to accomplish. And I'm a huge believer in geniuses, as we all are, getting together and sharing our insights, our expertise, helping one another, connecting with one another, and driving our businesses forward. So I love being on this platform and talking with you all. So what am I going to talk about today? Well, leadership is what I'm most passionate about. So I'm going to stick with that topic. But I know we have limited time. So I want to focus in on 3 key areas of leadership that I think are critical in the moment that we're in right now. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. So let me start by introducing myself a little bit more. So I have spent the last 20 plus years in leadership positions, mainly in the healthcare industry, in pharmaceutical manufacturing. So I've held sales training, I've held sales leadership positions, regional positions, and market access, positions. So I've had a lot of experience in this field, but 20 of those years I was actually leading teams. So I learned a lot. I learned, baptism by fire, as they say, right? I've had a lot of leadership training, a lot of different initiatives and around leadership. But at the end of the day, what I've learned through all kinds of market pressures, through significant downsizings, restructurings, I mean, you name it, about every year and a half since 2004, I've been through some type of major organizational shift. And, as a sales leader, I learned that, you have to be able to have that vision for where things are going, and you have to be able to connect with your people and help them understand where we're going and what skill sets they need and what they need to accomplish to be put into position to stay with the organization or be in a position of strength if they were going to a different organization, if they were going to be displaced. At the end of the day, they needed to understand that I had their best interest at heart, because not only was I concerned with their welfare, but we also had to get results, because if you were to leave the organization without results, you're going to have a much more difficult time, getting another job. So all that to say is I learned so much, and that's why I'm so passionate about leadership, is that if you don't have strong leaders across your team, we already know the market is going to be changing. It has been changing. It's going to continue to change. And we know that about half of organizations are not putting resources behind training their leaders in a significant manner. So you can't just promote people and say, hey, go lead. It just doesn't work like that. They won't have the necessary skills in place to move your organizations forward. So if you're not investing in leadership, please do. So that's a little bit about me. So on top of that, then I say, you know what? If this is my passion, let me learn as much as I can outside of, the baptism by fire. So that's where I picked up all those different leadership, certifications, so I can talk to leaders about, behavior and what behaviors are necessary for them in their environment to help enable their teams and themselves to be successful. So that's why I did all that. And that just helps me from a coaching standpoint to connect with those that I'm coaching and understand, what's happening and what they need to deploy to be better. All right. So that's about me. So the 3 leadership principles that I wanted to discuss today, number 1 is connection. And number 2 is growth mindset. And number 3 is vision. In the backdrop of what's happening with technology, I've been through some conferences lately, and a big topic of discussion is, this technology curve. It's literally straight up right now. And so if you didn't know already, we have been able to basically map out and predict our technology advances pretty accurately down to the year of when that technology was going to hit the market, right? And so, if we follow that curve, it's gone like this. And now that curve has bent up. So it's exponential growth right now in technology. What does that really mean from a leadership perspective? Well, if we consider that the skills needed in today's job increase 6% a year, 6% a year, our skills will need to advance, right? If another way of looking at that is over the last 5 years, almost 30%, 29% of the skills necessary 5 years ago are obsolete today. Think about that. So, now we're in this exponential technology phase. It's going to phase out a lot of jobs. Organizations that are not thinking about how they're going to utilize technology, the impact that technology is going to have on their business in their business sector, they're going to be obsolete. So as leaders have to have that vision for not today, but what's going to happen 5 years from now and 10 years from now, and how am I going to position my company from a skill set? I got to upskill my organization in a significant manner in order to compete. So, you're just to stay active and competitive in the market, you have to understand the impact that technology is going to have on your business. How are you going to do what you do? How are you going to connect with your customers? How are your people going to have the skill sets to do what's necessary to move your business forward? So, vision is so critical. There's so many organizations out there that are taking a wait and see attitude. And in many cases, you wait too long and it's already kind of getting late. You're going to be missing the boat, and your organization is at significant risk. So vision is so critical. Also, vision is critical from a leadership standpoint on how do you not just have that vision, but how do you communicate that to your rank and file? Everyone needs to understand and be aligned to where you're going, because that lowers the stress level. When people are understanding, they're marching in the same direction, they have a belief in where you're going, that will affect their behaviors and ultimately their productivity. It's not just the effort, but it's the efforts in the right places that will make the difference for you. So your leaders have to understand your top vision, but also how to understand, okay, well, how do we align around that vision and make this come to fruition? Very important from a leadership perspective. So one of the ways to do that is understanding how to connect. Leadership is influence. You can't influence people. People won't follow you unless they are connecting with you. And if your leaders don't have the capabilities and understanding of how to really form meaningful connections with those that they're leading, you're in trouble. So leaders need that training and those discussion points on how do I connect? And it sounds simple, but it's really not. You just got to be more intentional about it. So give you some examples. As a leader, I always made time in group settings and individually to say, okay, before we start business, what's good in your life? What's going on that you want to talk to us about in the last week? What's happened? Just talk to me about your life in a way that's comfortable for you. You don't have to, tell me information that is, too personal. But I want to connect with you with what's going on in your life. Life matters. You have a life outside of this job. And if they understand that I care about that, and then you as a leader can help your people understand that I care about you as a person and what's going on in your life, what's going on in your family, how can I help celebrate what's going on? Or if there's something that's going on that you're struggling with, maybe I can help connect you with resources that can help you. I'm not a counselor, but I'm understanding of where those resources are. And you may not be aware of them. So I'm going to help connect you with resources that can help you. So important, but you can't do that unless you carve out that time to connect with your people. And then you show some vulnerability as well. What's going on in your life that you can share? Make sure that you're sharing. They see you as a person. And then it also allows you to connect on commonalities. Maybe it's a sports team. Maybe it's, food. Maybe it's whatever it is. It allows you to connect. There's been some people that I've led that I don't really care for them that much. But so what do you do with that person? You still care about them as a person. I want them to be successful. We may not ever be best friends, but I got to find something about you in which we can connect on a commonality. Because once we connect, we can expand on that. And now that connection grows stronger. Now I can influence you more. And we together can achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve. So critical to help your leaders understand how to connect with people. And then what also happens is when you have to give constructive feedback, some people will call it negative feedback, whatever you want to call it. You can have those challenging conversations in a manner in which your people understand, it's coming from a good place. Gene cares about me. He wants me to be successful. And so I will listen to the feedback that he's giving me. So important to first make sure that you're connected with your people before you try to have challenging conversations with them. Because if you don't, that challenging conversation is going in one ear and is coming up against a wall. And it's gonna it'll just simmer. It's not going in one ear out the other. Sometimes it may seem that way, but it'll simmer. And resentment will build up. And then what happens? The great resignation. People leave. So connection is so critically important from a skill set. And considering the growth of technology in the scope of how things are going to change. There's a lot of jobs that are going to be obsolete. There's a lot of people that are going to have to pick up new job sets. People don't like change. You have to be able to connect with them to help them through whatever change is coming in your organization. You have to be able to, or you won't be successful. So the next thing is growth mindset. Growth mindset is critical from the top levels of organization all the way down. Because if the leader doesn't set the expectation of growth, guess what? Remember that stat that I told you? 6% growth in skill sets are needed every year, are happening every year. 6% every year. So if your team is stagnant, you've lost, and you will lose in a big way. You have to set a standard and set an expectation of growth. What skill sets are needed, not just for today, but for tomorrow? And how are we going to get there and map out what resources do we have across the organization, whether it's people or other types of resources, to help our team gain the necessary skills and growth that they need in their position and in other positions in your organization. There's different things that you can do to help people cross, collaborate and cross learn. Some people call them preceptorships. There's gigs. There's all kinds of things that may not pay more money, but allows people to make connections and gain understanding across different facets of the organization. Ultimately, your people become a lot more knowledgeable about your business and a lot more productive and understanding for how they fit into the big picture from themselves and their career, as well as their skill sets. So growth mindset, it cannot be understated, because if you set a lid, if we're good with where we are, guess what? People will produce up to that lid. And some will produce below that lid. They won't slam their head against that lid. So you got to be real careful on where your growth mindset is. And if your top leaders aren't pushing growth, that growth mindset, the organization is going to fall flat eventually, because you're not going to have that urgency to learn today. I remember getting into pharmaceuticals way back in 97. I had no experience, very little science background. And I come onto a team highly experienced, 15, 18, 20 years experience. I became a district trainer in a year and a national trainer in 2 years. How did I do that? I'm not the smartest person in the bunch, but I'm not going to get outworked. But I had a growth mindset. So every day I studied for an hour in the morning. And then I went out in the field and I applied that learning. And then I followed up, that application of learning with district meetings and sharing what I've learned and sharing with others. And it just exponentially grew my knowledge. So it's not just gaining the knowledge, but how do you apply that? It's the same concept across your teams. Learn something every day. Have discussions on across your team of what people are learning so we can share together and grow together as a team. It creates so much positive energy and momentum because people are learning and figuring out different things that they could do in technology that could help in their position that you might not have been aware of. As a leader, you don't know everything. You shouldn't know everything. But as a leader, it's your job and responsibility to pull out the best from your people and allow them to perform at their greatest potential. And when they do, they will amaze you and they will amaze each other. And it's at that point, when that momentum and that energy is happening, that's when people are most collaborative. That's when people are most creative. And when you have collaboration and creativity at a high level, guess what happens to productivity? Productivity skyrockets. It's exponential productivity. But you got to have trust. You got to have a culture that's growth mindset. And people need to then be open to having creative in a safe environment where they can try and potentially fail, or what we call fall forward, but it's a learning. And then they need to have spaces for collaboration. And the expectation is all that happens, and it just happens more organically, but you create the opportunities in the space for that. So connection creates opportunity for influence. Growth mindset needs to happen from top down. Everyone should buy into why we need to have a growth mindset. And then your vision as a leader and as an organization has to be there because things are changing so rapidly. If you're not on this technology expansion curve, you're done. I mean, essentially, you're done. Your organization will not survive. We are in that straight up exponential growth in technology right now. Artificial intelligence is changing everything about how we do. It's frightening and amazing at the same time. So that's what I have for today. I appreciate the opportunity to be on this network, and then I'll turn it back to Helen. We may be having technical difficulties. Hi, Helen. I can't hear you.
Sorry about that. How are you doing?
Excellent.
Okay. Uh-oh, did I lose your sound?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. So, Jean, just curious, where could people possibly reach out to you, to get more information or to be able to connect with you for any kind of type of consulting?
Yeah, so I am available on LinkedIn. Of course, is one of the easiest ways to find me, Gene Baker. Most social media I'm on. You can also reach me by email at Gene@art. It's AART Kingsley KINGSE Kings SLEY LLC.com or BakerGene91@gmail.com.
Okay, awesome. Like, do you have any other resources available for people? Like, do you have any written books or other written materials or things of that nature?
I have not written a book. I am in the process of doing that. But from a coaching perspective, when I meet with executives or whoever is wanting to be coached, one of the first things that we do is talk about, okay, what are your goals? What are you trying to do? Maybe it's a promotion. You're looking into maybe a C-suite type of promotion. So we figure out what is it that you're trying to do and what skill set needs the most growth, right? So once we figure that out, maybe they don't know. Maybe they haven't gotten that a good feedback curve. So that's when we use the assessment tools. So the LEA, Leadership Effectiveness Analysis, is an analysis that looks at a whole set of leader behaviors. It really breaks it down into just kind of the minute detail of what that leader behavior is and how it can affect your career, how it can affect your leadership. And then we not only have you fill that out, but we send it out to your team. That's why it's called a 360. So you get very specific feedback in those leader behaviors. So once we figure out, okay, this is the position that you want to go after, what are leader behaviors that are critical for that position? Now we can see how not only you see yourself in those leader behaviors, but how your team and your leadership sees you in those leader behaviors. Critical to have that information available from a coaching perspective and a growth perspective. It's data. Data is king. And it's so you have to understand where you are, where you're trying to go, and then you put a plan together to grow in those areas that you need to develop.
Okay, awesome. I'm kind of curious because I know that I've come across a lot more people, a lot more adults who are coming out on the spectrum, the autism spectrum. And these are also people who have some great qualities to offer, in those leadership positions, but also may struggle. So have you had, certain experiences of working with people who are on the spectrum and looking at those leadership positions?
Oh man, that is a great question. I specifically have not coached a leader that is on this spectrum. However, in my other roles with diversity, equity, inclusion, and leading those efforts across one of the organizations I'm involved with, we just had a session about that on understanding those living with or on the spectrum, or those that have children that they're raising that are on the spectrum. And it is quite common. So it's a great question in a sense that we need to be aware of that, and just aware of, how do you relate to these people, because they are going to be in our midst at greater and greater numbers, and they have so much to offer. So I can't tell you specifically, because really it's understanding each specific person and their specific needs that they have in relating to others around them. But it's very it's going to be necessary, and it's possible to create an environment around these individuals that is going to allow them to excel. So they are in our midst. They will increasingly be in our midst, and so we need to reach out and gain understanding, and then just figure out, okay, there might be certain things about those living on the spectrum that may seem odd to us, but it's how they relate to the world. So once you have that understanding, it's just how they relate to the world, then then you're not surprised. You're like, that's just how they are, so you're not taking offense by anything. You're not surprised by any type of behavior. It's just an aspect of that person, so I think that's one of the things that we learned in our sessions that we had recently, is just to understand that, people on the spectrum just relate to the world and their surroundings in a little bit differently than you do, but, they have skill sets just like any of us would have. And it's up to us and to them to figure out, okay, how can they be set up in a position where their skill sets, where their true authentic self can shine.
Right, absolutely. So it's definitely being a lot more flexible with your approach, and being a lot more understanding, and who you're speaking to and how you're addressing them.
Yeah.
So,
understanding is key.
True, very true. I mean, in you talking, I heard a lot of the word relate. So I'm just kind of curious, like, do you have certain approaches that you utilize to help you relate to whoever you're working with?
Yeah. So one of the things that I do, and I speak to this, is leading with values. Values are so critical from a leadership perspective, because it's your North Star. It's who you are. It's your core. It's your essence. Your values should align with the organization's in many ways. Because when your values don't align with the organization, that creates friction, that creates stress, that creates uncertainty across the team. People don't know how decisions are being made, et cetera. So I lead with a set of values, and I make sure that those values are discussed periodically across my team. Anybody new coming across into my team, we sit down and we will review all of the values, and we'll discuss them, and we'll discuss it in a way. So what does this value mean to you? How would you describe this value? I'll tell you what it means for me. Let's make sure that we're aligned on this. So each value will have a discussion around it, and it can take a while. So I create the space because it's important, and because that allows me and that employee to really connect and be like, okay, our values are aligned. Because if they don't understand that, if they're not clear on that, then there might be some hesitancy, some uncertainty on why I'm making certain decisions, why I'm asking them to do certain things, or they might not know why, or how my decisions are aligned to the organization's. So values is critical, and to give space for discussion around that. So quarterly meetings, I might, schedule, I don't know, half an hour. You know what? Let's talk about a few of these values today, because I want to give examples, and I want you to give examples of how you demonstrated those values over the last month or quarter. So you got to keep that value conversation going. Secondly, is really, as I mentioned, making sure that you're not leading with business. I have a tendency. I'm very passionate about business. I'm very kind of straightforward. I can be. Some people might call it aggressive. I'm really focused on getting results. So I have to understand that and just grab myself back and say, okay, I need to meet this person. I'm not pleased with their performance, but I'm not going to go in guns a-blazing talking about performance without taking the time to see them, hear them as a person. What's going on in their life? Maybe I'll learn something that's impacting their performance. Oftentimes that happens, but just setting the stage, like no matter what's happening in business, I care about you as an individual first and foremost. And then that creates that energy to say, okay, well, let's talk some business, and now, it's the stress is down, the walls are down, and we can have a reasonable conversation on whether, expectations are being met, whether they're not, and, agree on a plan moving forward that makes sense.
Awesome. I love hearing that. Values are definitely very, very, very important nowadays. So it's good to be on the same page with the people that you're working with.
Yeah, absolutely. Values are your North Star.
Absolutely. We all need that.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much, Gene, for being here with us today and sharing all of your genius with us. So
genius is common.
Genius
see you on the other side.
Common, and we'll see you on the other side. All right. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. It's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2023, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Reach Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shania Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone, doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
On thermometers, 2,000 surrounding us. Travel 2,000 kilometers to hang out with us. What's up, danger? What's up, danger? Hey, didn't know they doubted us. Makes it that more marvelous. Sign them up, cause ominous vibes and I get synonymous. What's up, danger? Hey, don't be a stranger. Cause I like high chances that I might lose. I like it all on the edge, just like you. Hey, I like tall buildings so I can leap off of them. I go hard with it no matter how dark it is. I'm insane, but on my toes. I could keep the world balanced on my nose. I had a slumber party with all my foes. Now I wear them like a badge of honor on my clothes. If I'm crazy, I'm on my own. If I'm waiting, it's on my throne. If I sound lazy, just ignore my tone. Cause I'm always gonna answer when you call my phone. Like, what's up, danger? Like, what's up, danger? What's up, danger? What's up, danger? Travel 200 miles, I'm knocking at your door. And I don't really care if you ain't done wrong. Come on, what's up, danger? Don't be a stranger. I like it when trouble brews, I won't dare change. I like it when it's turbulence on my airplanes. I like it when I sense things that I can't see yet. Swimming with sharks when they ain't feed yet.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis? In order to save this planet we call home, we have to make an immediate change in the way we navigate everyday life. Derrick Automotive is that change. Our ambition is to build full-size, near-zero-emission electric drive vehicles that don't rely on the electric grid. Derrick Automotive makes driving an electric vehicle extremely convenient without sacrificing a sleek, modern design that is sure to capture the attention wherever you go. Make the choice to take part in a movement to help preserve our planet today. Choose Derrick Automotive. Visit us on the web today to learn more.
When you feel like you're about to hate yourself, love someone. And when you feel like you're about to hate someone, love yourself. And when you feel like it's the end of the world, breathe and remember that you have to go inhale in order to exhale deep. Like a person who thinks too much, I thought about the word genius and thought, genie in us. Then I thought, if there's a genie, then there must be wishes. So I made a wish upon my genius and became inspired to write a piece about war and the way that it destroys worlds, boys and girls weeping over spirits no longer married to the corpses that carried them as child, laughing, funny how air forces its way back in even when we just want to exhale. Well, I didn't finish that poem because I'm a firm believer in oneness. So no matter how much I disliked the military, I kept coming to the conclusion that all the soldiers in the army are me. So I went back to my genie and I made another wish. I wished for words that would uplift. The genie sent me poems that sounded more like spaceships, because you know we've been working this great shit and we ain't made shit. I wished we could buy us a spaceship that fly so high that we no longer need to exhale because we in heaven. Fly so far and so fast into outer space that we end up turning into energy. G for genius, for genie, for magic, as you are, as you were, and as you always will be, made of the same star that you see as far, but in fact so close enough for us to shoot for, because Lord knows we need something to shoot for, because too often we are shot at. We gotta pay attention to buy time, to train ourselves to shoot back, not like bullets but like stars. Make wishes on the genie that you are, the genie in us, the genius in you, the only person on this earth smart enough to make the dreams that you hope for come true.
Smith, and my geniuses are writing, becoming an inventor, and solopreneur. I self-published 14 children's books. as well as invented a plush toy and bed sheets that centers around reading and being read to. The trademarked and patent-pending plush toy will play 5 of my stories, soothing music, and you can record your own stories, songs, and messages using your own voice via the USB port. Kobe the Storytime plush tail koala bear also holds a book to put a picture of a child's loved one in it. The bed sheets have an entire bullying book printed on it. It has positive quotes, a word search game, a typing keyboard, and an open book with general questions. It has 2 pillowcases, a top sheet, and a fitted sheet, and it comes in a twin size. Becoming an author and inventing my products is an opportunity for me to give parents everywhere an interactive reading experience that's fun and unique. I believe reading together is important. My company, Ancorp Literary Works, is taking storytime and bedtime reading to a whole new level for our new generation of children. Genius is common.
See, being in business, regardless if you're a minority business or any type of business, is about connecting. It's about hearing new information that can drive you forth. It's more about coming together with people with like minds in order to make your business grow.
You don't wake up wanting to be mediocre and just do just enough. You want to excel. You want to be a master in your craft. You want to take it to the next level. So it's not going to happen by accident. So you have to be mindful and think of what can I do today to help take me to the next level.
The truth is, your life will only change when you get new information. Your life will only change when you move forward with another level of thinking. This expo is about new information and moving your life to another level.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hitting my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise. You people that like the text, then they can text 202-993-5793. Text the word dream.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
A big man, a big heart. Let's go. Jackson Crisp is a tech startup founder, business consultant, and captivating public speaker, reaching the professional level as a former NFL offensive tackle. Jackson always brings it. With a degree in engineering from the prestigious Colorado School of Mines and over 2 decades of project management experience, Jackson has honed his skills in training high-performing teams and leaders. The recipient of several patents and trademarks, Jackson is also a subject matter expert, regularly presenting on topics related to projects, processes, and systems. As a paid speaker, Jackson has a unique ability to connect with audiences of all backgrounds. His captivating storytelling and genuine approach inspire and educate, leaving audiences motivated and ready to act towards achieving their goals. Through customized strategy and implementation sessions, Jackson works closely with clients to meet their business objectives. His deep understanding of the human condition, combined with his passion for helping others, make him a highly sought-after coach and mentor. Jackson's impact extends beyond the business world. As Vice President for the NFL Alumni, Las Vegas chapter, and an advisor for Unsilenced Voices, he is dedicated to making a positive change in the world. With Jackson Crisp, unleash your potential.
I'm Ramon, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Design is human. It's about people. It's about life. We've designed everything around us since the beginning of time. The things that we see, the things that we hear, experience, and feel. And in this evolving digital frontier that we are calling the metaverse, there are opportunities to do things that we never thought were even possible. But with innovation comes responsibility, and there will be many challenges that we must face and overcome together. I've often wondered, how do we create balance between humanity, technology, and the environment in a world that is already constructed? It's as though we are designing against the grain. This is something that many of us are trying to figure out at this technological tipping point I personally have spent countless hours of my life, especially in the last few years, really thinking about this, thinking about how to create amazing, innovative, and artistic, immersive experiences using technology, but while still doing our part in this world to protect our people and to protect the environment. And what I've realized is that collective thinking around design is holding us back. It's become mechanical, a series of conflicting checklists and linear conventions, components of production cycles. We don't always think about design as coming from within, as inherent to our species, the human. So today I will discuss 5 immersive design considerations for the metaverse outside of these technical checklists and processes. These are considerations that are a little more qualitative, sometimes a little harder to wrap our minds around and transfer that knowledge into meaningful action. These are the things that impact our decision making and the world we live in, whether we realize it or not. And when we make this connection more mainstream, I truly believe that we can evolve the world by pioneering what artistic but responsible, immersive design looks and feels like, and what the metaverse should evolve to become and to include. My name is Natasha Rapsat, and I am an experienced designer, strategist, multi-dimensional being, an explorer traveling to see the bones of the world and to learn for the future of humanity. I have medium brown skin and dark hair that is pulled back. I'm wearing a black shirt, red lipstick. Before we get into the considerations, let's discuss immersive design for common understanding. Feel free to leave comments or questions. I will do my best to answer. Thank you for joining me today.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith, the NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League, by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Hey, Ivanka Farabi here. I'm the founder and executive director of Beyond the Shackles. We're a nonprofit that instills hope in the incarcerated, disenfranchised, and their families. But we don't stop there, because what we know is that you don't have to spend one day behind physical bars to be in shackles in your heart and your mind. And we help people to rise up. What is my genius? I'm a life elevation coach and strategist. I'm a motivational speaker, and I help people to navigate the difficult terrain of adversity. Do you know that you can build the most beautiful masterpiece from the rubble that might lie at your feet from the most difficult of times? Well, you can. And I help people to walk out their God-given plans and find their genius. Why? Everybody has genius, because genius is common.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidney. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Hi, my name is Annette Bentley Smith, and my geniuses are writing, becoming an inventor, and solopreneur. I self-published 14 children's books, as well as invented a plush toy and bed sheets that centers around reading and being read to. The trademarked and patent-pending plush toy will play 5 of my stories, soothing music, and you can record your own stories, songs, and messages using your own voice via the USB port. Kobe the Storytime plush tail koala bear also holds a book to put a picture of a child's loved one in it. The bed sheets have an entire bullying book printed on it. It has positive quotes, a word search game, a typing keyboard, and an open book with general questions. It has 2 pillowcases, a top sheet, and a fitted sheet, and it comes in a twin size. Becoming an author and inventing my products is an opportunity for me to give parents everywhere an interactive reading experience that's fun and unique. I believe reading together is important. My company, Incorp Literary Works, is taking storytime and bedtime reading to a whole new level for our new generation of children. Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by one, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helen Hicks. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now we will have a special presentation of art by our founder, Dr. Eric Kelly III. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. that's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there is an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, Awesome. Obama.
One of the things that people always ask me is, what is art? And I say art is something that someone creates from nothing, and it's their inner feelings in terms of how they feel. And it's something that should not be judged and cannot be judged by anyone other than that person that did the particular piece of work. Any work that's created in that manner, to me, is art. When you ask me about abstract expressionism, I say abstract expressionism is a form of art that merges abstract and expressionist art together. And that's one of the things that I've tried to do in my work in terms of the journey to the actual painting. When you begin to look at my work, one of the things that I want you to recognize and look for is, what do the bold lines do? My favorite colors are black and brown and white. And you'll see in my work that you'll see that black, you'll see that brown, and of course you'll see that white. The white to give the joy of highlighting the piece, and then of course the black to define and give you the boldness and the strength in the piece. When you begin to analyze the colors that I utilize, I always use colors to kind of give you a tone or an emotion about the piece. So the different kinds of colors that you will see in this particular show are going to be colors that are going to be bringing forth an idea. One of the things that we did on this DVD of this show was we're online, and you can go to my website at www.kellyworldwide.com, or you can email me at erickelly45@gmail. But we went online, and we had people to tune into the show and ask them what colors would they like for me to use. And of course, the colors that they asked for, we utilized those colors. Those colors were red, orange, green, and white. And we added an additional color of blue and gold. And that's what you're going to get on this particular piece. We had a survey of people that they wanted me to paint, and everybody came back with the Beyoncés, the Barack Obamas, the stars of the now. And what we chose was Beyonce. So that's the piece that we're doing. We hope that you enjoy the artwork that we have created. And in this DVD, you also will see other pieces that I've created, and hopefully that you will enjoy this show. And if you're looking to have me to come to your gallery or to your museum, I can be contacted at 919-308-9090. And of course, as I always say, love without happiness, there's no peace of mind. My name is Eric Kelly III. I hope you enjoy the show, and I look forward to meeting you, and I hope you enjoy my work. When discussing abstract expressionist work, one of the things that I had to do was do some research. And that research led me to abstract expressionism. Figurative drawing is a part of what I do. I use parody and I use satire when I do my pieces. And so what I did was I joined those four pieces together. A lot of times people ask me, how did I discover abstract expressionist artwork? When I say I didn't discover it, it's something that's been here all the time. I just have taken it and expanded on it to make it an art form that I utilize for my subject matter through my journey. When I was 4 years old, my grandmother gave me a pencil. We were sitting in church. I think she thought I just was going to scribble, but I began to draw the choir. Later on, as I matured, she said that picture that I drew, the first one that I drew, looked like people in the choir. And so with that thought, I kept drawing. Drew through junior high school, created some nice pieces that won some awards, and continued to draw. But drawing and painting was not my focus. My focus was education and history. History was something that I really enjoyed, and I pressed forward to be a history major. I wanted to be a history major in college, as a matter of fact. But when I got to high school, I was going through high school, and three of my teachers saw me one day, and one of those teachers was my art teacher during my senior year, Mrs. Dowd. And Mrs. Dowd said that I need to talk to you. And I didn't know what she was talking about, and she took me into the teacher's lounge. And in those days, going into the teacher's lounge was major. And so while in the teacher's lounge, Miss Corbett joined her, and Miss Cousins, my history teacher, and my English teacher. And they sat me down and they said, well, you're not going to graduate. Knowing me the kind of guy I was, I wanted to graduate. And they said, well, the only way you're going to graduate is you're going to have to draw more. Because Ms. Dowd tells us that you come in class, you have a good time with all the students, and then you draw or do the project better than anybody in the class the last day when the project is due. And so she's interested in you doing more art. And so I took the challenge that year, my senior year, 1975, and I drew every night before I went to bed. I drew Macbeth, I drew the Greeks, the Romans, I drew all of the stories that we studied. And for Mrs. Cousins, who was a black history teacher, I drew about the transatlantic slave trade. I drew about slavery. I drew about the Reconstruction. I drew about Martin Luther King's and the Malcolm X's and all of the great people, the Carter G. Woodsons, the Benjamin Bannekers. And I kept drawing for those three teachers, and at the end of the year, the Durham Links came to school and gave me an award. And I was surprised because I thought that the Durham Links was going to give that award to someone else. I had so much work, I had enough work to fill the hallways. And once I looked at my work, I thought about where would I go to school. And because of the Durham Links and all of the attention I got letters from a lot of schools. And I researched the schools, and I decided I wanted to go to North Carolina Central University. And the reason to go to North Carolina Central University at that time, they were the #2 school in African American art, which means that most of their teachers had books in the library you could go and you could read and you could study. And I studied with Mason and Pendergrass and Carlisle, some of the great ones. Had a chance to meet Willie Nash and also see some of the great works of Ernie Barnes. So as I continued to do my work, one of the things that I tried not to do was be a copy of any other artist. And incidentally, I was taking on a field trip at North Carolina Central University after they gave me an art scholarship, of course. And we were at a museum, and I saw a gentleman's work, and his name was Charles White. And for the first time, I saw some work that looked like my work. I was so amazed. And when I saw the work, a bug clicked in my head to say that no one's art is anybody's personal art. All of it is expression, no matter who's drawing. And from that moment on, I began to draw expressionistic art. And that expressionistic art began to come off of the board of my canvas, because I always wanted the canvas to kind of give you more of a imaginary piece of my art. I didn't want to put everything right into those four borders. I wanted to put things so that you would imagine things. And so the abstract piece of my work was to elongate pieces, to make you say, okay, the eye is too big, the head, the forehead is a little too big, the nose is a little big. And those are the kinds of things that I began to do with my work. And once I got out of college, a lot of the galleries were saying that my work was abstract and expressionist. And so with them saying those kinds of things, it became a word of my work is abstract expressionist. And that's what it's been for the past 50 years. The art scene in Durham, North Carolina is a very interesting scene in Durham. You have the Arts Council who takes the time out and have local artists to do pieces there. Then you have several galleries downtown Durham, and those galleries are doing pretty well. Newly, we have 21C Museum, which is a museum that's a 24-hour museum that displays works from international artists and artists around the world. And one of the unique things about the 21C Gallery, 21C Museum, is that they put only artists on who are living artists. So that's one of the key things, and I think that's one of the great things, because a lot of your museums have artists who were passed on or ancestors who were passed on, as opposed to artists who are living now. If you ask me where I would like to have my work, I would like to have my work in several different museums around the country. That's what we're working on as we look at this particular show, as you deal with the art tours that I have been doing in the past 10 years. Well, the art scene has changed immensely. You know, you don't see a lot of, I would say, African American one-man show. I think somewhere along the line, people began to believe that African Americans only did one or two paintings. And if you look at some of the African Americans who are artists, it's a life goal. It's not a one painting or a two painting. So I think that's one of the differences. When Willie Nash was alive, he was an artist that Durham revered, but we never saw him in the museums as much. Then there are several other artists who live in this beautiful city who I think should have one-man shows, because they have a tremendous amount of work. The other changes are the galleries. The galleries, they're more fine art oriented than a gallery where you have an artist in residence that's painting, and then he's putting his work into a particular gallery, and people are buying those particular works. And I would think that those are some of the changes in the art scene. If you ask me what I'd like to see, I'd like to see the museums to take a little bit more interest in some of the African American art in the city of Durham. Not to say that they don't take any interest at all, I just said more. Then there's the Nasher Museum on Duke's campus, which is an outstanding museum, and a museum that people in the city of Durham is one that I would suggest that you go to, because they're so diverse. One of the things that you, as an artist, you'll get from time to time is people to commission you to do pieces of artwork. And I was commissioned to do North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company. It's iconic building here in the city of Durham, North Carolina. And while I was commissioned to do that particular piece of work, I had the idea to do Parish Street along with the North Carolina Mutual Tower, because North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company started on Parish Street on the same side where Woolworth store was. Yes, Woolworth, the same store that had a sit-in here in Durham, North Carolina, that people don't talk about, but the Woolworth had a sit-in doing segregation. And across the street, North Carolina Mutual moved into the now Mechanics and Farmers Bank building, and that was the last place they were until they moved to Chapel Hill Street and build the 12-story tower there. And so what I did was a piece called Black Wall Street. Durham's great history of black businesses began on Parish Street. Parish Street used to be a mecca for black businesses up and down Parish Street. And so the insurance companies, the banks, the community savings banks, and a lot of lawyers had their businesses on Parish Street. As a matter of fact, my advertising agency was on Parish Street on the second floor there. And so I drew a picture of Parish Street denoting North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, places where they began and subsequently places they went to, and then to the big tower. And if you were to stand on Parish Street today and look straight ahead, and if the 21C building wasn't there, then you would see all three places where North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company was. And I want to say that it was probably a very joyous piece that I was drawing. Now, one of the things that I did try not to do was make it an architectural rendering of the building. And that's one of the things that I talk about when I talk about my art. I don't like to be defined into lines. I like to be a little left to lines, a little right to lines. I believe that if we're going to be defined into lines, we might as well take a picture and hang that picture up. So the Black Wall Street piece is a perspective piece that's done in abstract expressionistic format. What I look for is a piece that exudes a feeling, that exudes an emotion. And then I take that piece and I try to stretch that piece from just that emotion into something that's going to say something to the audience. There were thousands of pictures that I could pick from when I picked the Beyonce picture. And I look for a picture that will give us that feeling that this is her on the inside, not her on the outside. And what would that give to a person? How would you feel about this piece when you see it? And again, I wanted to put lights in there. I wanted to put bold lines in there. And I wanted her to kind of dominate you. And that's how I chose that particular piece. But most of the pieces that I choose the very same way. I look for some eyes that capture me, or I look for a nose that captures me, or I look for what I would call a feeling or an image that gives me a thought. And then I pull from that thought, and then I try to, once I start painting, I try to put that thought into color. And sometimes it's one of those things where I sit back and I look at the work, and I'll stand away from it and I'll look at the work, and I'll see, is it saying what I would like for it to say? And then I ask myself, is it saying what I want my audience to believe? And that's how I pick my work. Sometimes you can overdo a piece. What I do is I paint and I paint and I paint until I feel like I've painted too much. And when I say painted too much, it's that point where I've gotten out of that piece what I want to say. And I can add different lines, or I can take different lines out, but does this particular piece say what I wanted to say? And once it's saying what I wanted to say, then that's when I end. Sometimes people ask me, how long does it take? I don't know. I can't put a time on the end. I can put a time on the beginning. And that's one of the things that I try to do each and every day, is to begin a piece of artwork. Colors influence emotions by the type of color that you use. If you're going to use a red is anger. If you're going to use a subtle blue, that's calmness. If you're going to use a green, that's earthy. And so if you're going to use a yellow, that's bright, and that's sunshine. If you're going to use an orange, that orange is not bright and sunshine, but the next emotion to it. Then your pinks and your blues, to me, denote another emotion. And so when I pick a color, I pick that color from the picture that I'm drawing from. If someone gives me a picture and it's a picture of somebody in anger, I right away use the browns, the reds, the green, the dark green, and to give that feeling from that particular piece. If somebody gives me a piece, or if I select a piece that's saying I'm happy or I'm serious, then I try to use those colors that give you the hues and tones that are going to make you say, okay, this person is happy, or this person is nonchalant. And so that's how I choose the colors. And the most important part of what I do is I utilize white for highlights, and I utilize black for the darkness and the boldness and the strength of the piece, and to pull the piece all the way together, so that there are some levels of boundaries. But as I said earlier, I like for the boundaries to be non-existent. The biggest challenge for the Beyonce piece was to make sure that the lights in her eyes were right and to make sure that her smile was right. You know, when you're drawing a piece of art, there are certain things that you want to do. One is you want to create a piece that people can enjoy, and then you want to do a piece that grasps the imagination of the people that's looking at it. And in the Beyonce piece, one of the things that was a challenge for me was to ensure that I didn't make her too happy and that I didn't put too many lights in her face. As I always say, if you put the right light in the face of a piece of artwork, that piece of artwork will look like the person that you're drawing.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part
of this show.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021?
And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Introducing Electaworld. The metaverse is widely being labeled as the next phase in human evolution. This second world is no longer just science fiction. AR and VR are coming together to form new communities and limitless possibilities, powered by a brand new kind of money, virtual currencies. Our world will be eco-friendly, emitting near-zero carbon and feature Electa motors and their full fleets of green electric vehicles. This will create real business opportunities where users can actually earn real revenue. Electaworld will be completely free of all types of discrimination. No race, gender, sexual orientation, national origin, or any other type of discrimination will ever limit you in Electaworld. Electaworld will feature around 3,000 plots of lands of various sizes for sale in year one, with a heavy focus on commercial land and luxury residential real estate. More details coming March of 2022. Electaworld. Join the new evolution.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy, especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helen Hicks, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speakers are William and Ada Jackson of Bully Buddies Consulting. William is a distinguished virtual reality certified educator, STEAM educator, and a passionate advocate for STEAM education. STEAM, S-T-A-M-M, stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, Mathematics, and Music. With a career spanning over 20 years, he has left an indelible mark on the field of education. Currently a professor at Edward Waters College, He imparts knowledge in STEM and STEAM curricula. Through his expertise, William has significantly impacted students, institutions, and communities, championing the transformative power of STEAM education. Ada Carrera Jackson is a national and international speaker and workshop facilitator. As a seasoned professional, she works to cultivate diversity, equity, and inclusivity where art and technology meet. She is an instructor at Lenoir Rhine University, teaching inclusivity, diversity, and equity for the web and other technological platforms, including the metaverse. Ada is also a multimedia artist and with a passion for empowering individuals from all walks of life through her art, writing, poetry, and creativity. I present to you William and Ada Jackson. Hello, Ada. Hello.
Hello.
Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, wherever you are. I'm William, and this is my wife, Aida. I pronounce it Aida. And we are happy to be here in front of you, sharing some information from our experiences as educators. Just a little modifications on the one bio that was presented. I am a retired educator now of 33 years and still focusing on the science, technology, engineering, arts with music as well, but also integrating the metaverse. And there are so many new technologies out there with metaverse, artificial intelligence, in other areas. Our background in STEAM has pivoted to including these dynamic areas of technology. I'm still at university adjunct here in Jacksonville, Florida, and volunteer at several schools here in Jacksonville as well. So I'm going to pass it to my wife to elaborate on her background and experiences as well.
So, as the bio already said, I am an instructor at Lenoir Rhine University out of North Carolina. I teach virtually, and so I do teach equity, inclusion, and diversity for the web and other platforms, including the metaverse. Like my husband, I too am a certified virtual reality educator, which basically means that he and I are qualified to teach on the metaverse, and it's an exciting platform. For those of you who were already watching the commercials prior to us getting on, where it was talking about the metaverse and talking about the future of technology and the future of job opportunities in the metaverse. That's kind of what we do. As a part of our STEAM education, we teach together. Together, we are called the Extreme Team because we can be a little extreme. We are excited about what we teach, especially to the youth. But we also try to educate parents as well to let them know that these are the future coming jobs. In the past, employment and what we expected to get out of employment was one way, but that paradigm has since shifted. And we're here to try to teach as much as we can so that people can see that there are new opportunities coming and some of the old ones are closing.
And to build on the outcomes and the changes in technology, we wanted to also speak about diversity, equity, and inclusion, which in some cases, because of different verbiages that are going around and different interpretations, we wanted to clarify not just the academic portion, but also the business portion as well. Aida and I have our businesses together and separate, but we are encompassing and embracing the diversity that is around us. And for me, being a teacher, I always recognized in the classroom the diversity of my student body. Several schools that I've taught at in the past have included young people from around the world. So when I look at the diversity of the students that are there, I have to be aware of the cultural nuances and the cultural backgrounds of my students, because each cultural dynamic teaches their young people how to interact with adults, how to interact with different people with different backgrounds. And for me as an educator and
I'm sure educators that are listening to this understand the importance of us understanding when we're giving instructions to young people. Each of them are going to receive it in the same way. They're going to receive it in the way their background and their culture also has taught them. So, as business owners as well, in your employment practices as well, it's really important that you don't just look at the employees just as your employees, but you do have to respect their cultural backgrounds because that will influence the relationships that you build and the relationships that you create and the relationships that you connect with your employees. One of the things that Aida and I have learned is when we're working with youth and teens is that your cultural background is always based on the adults and being respectful, being mannerable, being humble. Sometimes people may see that as being submissive, but it's a humility and it's a respect for the older person. And I can't tell you how many times in an educational environment, particularly in elementary school, by students I've been referred to as grandpa, I've been referred to as a father figure, but the idea is to show respect and honor and humility. And recognizing that and understanding that it is important that as an educator and as a male educator and as a black male educator, that I show that I respect my students as well. Anytime we're doing projects that are project-based related in STEAM activities, we always try our best to include the cultural awareness of the students. If we're talking to adults, we always try to include that as well to show that we recognize their cultural backgrounds and we value their backgrounds because it's very important because that cultural element will allow the adults and the students to see how they can take the information that we're sharing and readily apply it to what they're trying to achieve and what they're trying to do.
Yeah. So I would like to just take a minute to, for those who don't know, oftentimes diversity, inclusion, and equity are kind of used interchangeably, and they actually are distinctive. And so I just wanted to kind of clarify when I'm speaking or when my husband and I are speaking about inclusion, diversity, and equity, what we're really talking about, right? So the way I liken it to is a table. So, for example, say a company or someone has a table and they want it to be diverse, meaning they want people that sit around the table to be of different backgrounds, of different ages. They just want different people sitting around the table. So that's diversity. That means that whoever is involved in that project is sitting around this particular or is a part of this particular project, but the project itself remains the same. So the table itself remains the same. Inclusion basically is saying, I want you to feel like you're a little bit more a part of this than just being in it, right? So and many of us may know how it feels like to be a part of a company culture, and yet we don't feel like we have any say. We just someone else at the table. We just happen to fit a particular look, say. So inclusion means if you want to on that particular table, you can put your pictures there. You can put something that's a little personal on the table so that people know like this part is Aida, this part is William, the other part is whoever else is there, so that you can feel like you have a little bit more say. The table still functions as the table, but that you have a little bit more of a little bit more of a part of it, right? So people can see you more as opposed to you just being a face. Equity is different. Equity actually speaks to ownership, right? So the table itself still needs to function as a table, but if I'm sitting at the table and maybe it's a little too high for me, I can lower it or I can extend it out. Or if I need to cut a hole in it, meaning that if I have something to say, if I don't feel like I'm a part of it, if I need a special accommodation, diversity, inclusion, and equity include accessibility, right? So, meaning if I have a disability and I need special accommodations, reasonable accommodations can be made so long as the function of the company remains the same. And that's what we're talking about when we talk about inclusion, diversity, and equity. So that when you're thinking about those things, if you want to incorporate them into your business or if you want to incorporate it into your classroom, think about it along that way. If do your employees feel not just that they're just ticking off a checkbox on your diversity meter? Do they feel like they have a say? Do they feel like when they come to you, they can share something that's not quite right, that may need to be fixed, or may need to at the very least looked into? When I say that I teach equity, and inclusion on the web, I'm talking about your website, right? Your social media. When you're putting things out there, are you being equitable? Are you being diverse? Are you seeing more than just yourself? Are you thinking about the people who are coming to your website? Are you thinking about the people who are looking at your social media? And we're talking across the board. It's not just race, it could be accessibility. Is it accessible for them? Can they, if they're blind, can they come and see your website? Believe it or not, blind people do use the internet. If they're deaf and they're coming to one of your events, are you making accommodation for them so that they can understand what's being said? We've been to many conferences, as my husband mentioned, and as you heard in our bio, we are speakers. So we've been to conferences where people have, someone in the front interpreting with sign language, so that if someone is in the audience and they're deaf, they can hear what's going on. So those are the kinds of things that I want you to think about when you're thinking about what we're talking about. So to cut it short, we say DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. So if you hear me saying that, that's what I mean.
Great. Thank you, dear. I even learned something. Appreciate it. And to elaborate a little bit on what Aida was saying, many cases you have to look at each aspect differently. And in this day and age, we have to make sure we understand that we are in a global economy. So we are not just an island to ourselves. And, as you watch the news, and I'm not a politician, so I don't want to even go into politics, but you have to understand the global condition of the economic stability of not just the United States, but globally. And we are interdependent upon each other. And whether we like it or not, we are in a season of climatic and global changes. And we didn't just get there by ourselves. It was a collective participation globally. And to get us out of this, it's going to take a global participation as well. And that doesn't mean that you have to go out and join a particular organization or particular group, but it just means to understand that your environment where you are and how better as a person in that environment can you influence your environment to be better. And some of us, when we were younger, we may have taken walks in our community and taken walks in our environment and looked at the trees and the animals and the insects that are going on around us. And as educators, we typically give our students projects about what is going on in the environment around you, what is there, and also what is missing, and what can be done to encourage growth and also encourage stability. One of the projects we have is to document the insects that you see around you. And, kids are very attuned and astute to that. So they may notice that the frogs are missing. They may notice that dragonflies are missing. They may notice that, hey, there's an increase in mosquitoes. And you may wonder, well, what does that have to do with the diversity, inclusivity that we're talking about? Because we're all affected by our environment. And collectively, we are going to have to work together to improve our environment and make the necessary improvements. But that also goes into education and understanding that just because I'm a African American male, my brother Hispanic male, don't also think about that for their families as well, or my Asian American friends, or what other is there, that we don't take those into consideration because we are all affected by it. And we should all be able to come together in unity and talk about these issues and other issues that may wear on our minds and our spirits, because collectively we want the best that we want for our children and our families.
Absolutely. And William made an excellent point when he was talking about being in nature and seeing what's missing. That's one of the things I try to teach my students. And then again, this is at a college level, but I want them to be proactive, not reactive. Most of us, we can look around in a room and say, oh, there isn't enough representation of this, or there's all, who's actually there. But I want to challenge anyone who's listening to really start looking around, not even just business, right? Not just in the classroom, but even in your own life. Who can you include into that circle, right? So what I appreciate the most is that because we have an opportunity to travel, because we teach outside of the United States, we don't just teach here. William teaches many classes in Africa, and I help him with those classes. Because we teach outside of the United States and we've had an opportunity to travel around the world, we have been exposed to different cultures. And that exposure opens up your mind. And so I really am challenging anyone who's listening that if you want to grow, if you want to grow your business, if you want to grow even on a personal level, expand your circle. Look around and say, you know what? I know I have a lot of friends who are from this particular neighborhood, or they're from this particular culture. Who can I invite into our circle that will help to expand my thought process? And, sometimes it's just that thought, just saying, you know what, I would like to expand my horizons and meet new people. Sometimes just the thought of doing that, people will kind of come into your life, and then you'll have an opportunity, and you'll be surprised. We have more in common with people around the world than we have differences. So this is one of the reasons why I love education, because education gives us an opportunity to expose those who may otherwise not have that type of exposure.
Exactly. Thank you, dear. Elaborate on inclusivity. As educators, we have to make sure that we are inclusive in our guidance and inclusive in our instruction directed toward our students. That's on all levels. Now, to break it down, that actually means that equally you treat the girls the same as the boys, because they value education as much as they do. So you pattern your conversations, you pattern your strategies, you pattern your standards, you pattern your lessons to make sure that you include all of the students in the room. We hear about different studies, we hear about different guidelines, we hear about different standards, but it basically breaks itself down to you as that individual person want to make sure that all the students in your classroom are included, and that everyone feels that they have a say and that they can contribute to the learning environment. Now, when you transfer that to business, as Aida was saying, the inclusivity means that everybody feels a part of what's going on. They feel that not only are they invited to that table, but they have a part of that table that they can include who they are, where they come from, their background, and a say. Some of us remember the terms, you have a stake in the game, or you have a buy-in in the game, or you have a piece of the action, whatever terms you're using. But everybody must feel that they can contribute and that they're valued and that they're part of it. Because as you create an inclusive environment and community, you need to make sure that your company, your business, as an entrepreneur, you have to understand that what you're doing is only as strong as the person that feels that they contribute the least. Because if they feel that they contribute the least, they are not going to feel totally part of that team. So it's important that everybody feels that they're part of the team and that they are contributing, because as the world changes economically and as the world changes with the influence of technology, everybody should feel that they have a part, a place, and a piece of what's going on, because technology is not going away with the incorporation of artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and other elements that are coming down. It's going to take the collective intelligence, skills, talents, and abilities of everyone involved in the school or everyone involved in the culture of that business to contribute for that business to not only grow, but to contribute to the environment around them.
Right. Especially what William was saying earlier. We are a global economy, and the metaverse and AI, all of these technologies are just making it even more global. It's not going to be, and as it is now, I'm sure many of you have called customer service and spoken to someone from another part of the world. That's just going to grow more. It's going to open up more opportunities for people from around the world to come into one particular space. It opens up for you as an entrepreneur an opportunity to hire people outside of your community. And not to say that we shouldn't hire within our community, absolutely we should, but we also, and this is why we are such passionate educators, we also have to educate our community. We have so many students who don't have the skills that they're going to need. We have a company right now. We have FSCJ, which is Florida State College in Jacksonville. They have a program right now that they are about to launch within a year or so, where there are going to be driverless buses that are going to be driving in Jacksonville, Florida. And they have a shortage of technicians that can not only drive the bus remotely, but that also can repair the bus if something happens, that can repair the technology if something is going wrong, that they can troubleshoot it. And they're struggling to find people within the community that can actually do the work. So thankfully, we are virtual. We can do things remotely from other places, but this is something that why we are so passionate about education, because we want, especially within our community, for more and more of our students to be educated, to be prepared, for our parents to be prepared for the change, for other business owners. I do a lot of coaching with business owners, especially older women who find themselves in a position that they still need to continue to work, but the work that they used to do no longer exists. So now they have to pivot. They need to change what they're doing. They need to learn a new technology. They need to learn a new skill. And this is going to happen more and more. There are jobs that exist today that did not exist 15, 20 years ago. And 15, 20 years from now, and maybe even less, 5, 10 years from now, there are going to be jobs that exist then that don't exist now. And we have to be forward thinking. And that's what we do through education, whether it be in the classroom or one-on-one with business owners. We help them to see into the future. And what do I need to learn now so that 5 years from now, my company is still viable, I'm still viable, and I can still be employed, or I can employ those who need employment.
Exactly. And several things are going to happen in the near future with employment as things change. The more you hear companies laying off thousands of employees, uh, don't panic, because that gives those employees an opportunity to pivot as entrepreneurs. It opens up doors for those that have innovative ideas and creative ideas using technology to push and move forward with those ideas. It also opens up an opportunity for people that would normally not collaborate together to collaborate. And one of the things I have to say that empowers Aida and I is that I openly admit I don't have an artistic bone in my body, but my wife inspires me with the arts, with what she creates and what she designs.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And complimenting each other is very important. So those team members that do have those skills, you need to highlight their skills and ask them questions. What are your ideas? What is your vision? What can we do innovatively to move us forward? As we build and grow and develop, we also learn that it is important for Black businesses, this is the Black Business Network, to embrace businesses that are overseas. Africa is a brand new, and I do mean that, environment where there are millions of individuals that are willing to work with Black businesses here in the United States.
Absolutely.
Our idea on creating and building a business is different than their idea. Their idea first is to build a relationship. And that relationship means trusting each other, collaborating with each other, working with each other, and getting to know each other first. And knowing where you stand in your morals and values. In our case, as a capitalistic country, unfortunately, we are moving towards, or have moved towards, how much money you make and how fast can you make it? What's the bottom line? And what can you sacrifice to get there? But many nations on the continent of Africa, and Africa is a continent, not a country, to develop those relationships and build those relationships first so that you're on a platform where you can communicate and you can talk to each other first about yourself, about your families, about your goals, about what you foresee to the betterment of mankind and the world. And then that business comes together, those business ideas, how we can work together. And it does take time. It really does take time. And you have to have that patience to be able to change that mindset, to change that thinking in order to put forth that effort to do that. Being careful with working with any business overseas is prudent. You just, like I said, you just don't jump into it. Find as much information as you can. As I was saying, we've been working with several schools for the past 3 years, teaching online and working with several more that want to build a relationship. We encourage schools, charter schools and private schools here in the United States to reach out to us as well, to incorporate virtual reality in their curriculums, because that is the direction of technology. And you're wondering, well, why would that need to happen? Why do we need to incorporate virtual reality? Well, if you look at youth, teens, and young adults, what are they on? They're on their gaming stations, they're on their phone, they're playing Minecraft, they're on other things that are immersive. So they are accustomed to these immersive technologies. So why not incorporate them into the learning environment and into the metaverse where they can participate and grow and become entrepreneurs and business owners?
Right, including AI. So 6 months ago, 7 months ago, most of you never even heard of AI. And it has just exploded in the last few months. Now, mind you, AI has been around a long time. You've used some version of AI. If you use Alexa, Alexa is a version of AI herself, or Siri, or any one of those. They're all AI. But now we're seeing the real impact and influence of these technologies on the workplace. A lot of people are saying, oh my goodness, they're going to take our jobs. No, but your job is going to change, right? So the things that you can do are going to change. It has opened up doors for many people to do things they could not do before, but then also it will start closing some other doors. So those are the things that we want you to think of when we're thinking of DEI, when we're thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. How can I incorporate not just these technologies, but more people who can use these technologies, and how can we work together? Oftentimes, when I meet new entrepreneurs, it doesn't matter their age. Most of the time, they want to do everything by themselves, which is understandable, because when you're starting out a business, there isn't a lot of money. You're trying to, save where you can. But money is an energy, it's an exchange. And I tell people, if you want to make money, you're going to have to start spending some money and giving people who know how to do the job better than you, because we can do a lot of great things, but we can't do everything. Giving them that opportunity to help you, to be a part of it, to pay them for the work that they're doing. If you want your business to grow, start thinking about a team. That you are going to want a good team, and don't focus on just having one type of team. It could be a virtual team. It could be right there in your community. It can't be your family, but if they don't have the skills that you need for you to grow, William and I are very blessed that we work together, that we have skills that are very complementary to one another. So our business has grown since we've come together, and that's a great thing. But even he and I have talked, if we want to grow and we want to expand, we're going to have to look at who will be a part of this team, and what parts will we delegate to them that we will no longer take a part of, and other than kind of giving an instruction and expecting a return. That's you. When you look at major corporations, when you look at big businesses, they are humongous, meaning there are a lot of moving parts, and there are a lot of people working with them. And they're from all over, right? They're all kinds, young, old, all different cultures. And oftentimes, especially in today's economy, they are from around the world. So I want you to think about that as you say, when my 5-year plan, I'm going to add a team member, or my 10-year plan, we're going to add 10 team members. who are you going to add, and what will be the value add that they'll be bringing to you?
Exactly. And if you look at the title of the talk, this is the Black Business Network, a powerful network that encompasses so many businesses, not just in the United States, but it's a global network. Take advantage of this network. Take advantage of Rita saying, if there's something that particularly you don't know about, use this network to learn from that person, hire that person, contract with that person. You know, it's amazing when we're in the classrooms talking to the students and we ask, what do you want to be in the future and your careers and what are the positive things you can do, but also what are the challenges? And many of them say math. And we encourage the students, the young people, and even some of the adults, well, you don't have to be an expert in math, but you do have to know the fundamentals, because when you start employment, you have to be able to manage your money. And if you find that as a challenge, understand that that is not your strong point, but you hire somebody or you contract with somebody to help you manage your money that's reliable and dependable. In this day of economic change, you know, as I was saying, we're blessed to know many different people in different backgrounds. So if we're asking each other, what do you know about this area? What do you know about that area? We are kids with each other. It's not a competition, but we're collaboratively working, building each other's business and building our business as well, and building our children. So we reference who we know that can help us and that can guide us in those areas. And using your network, using basic, as my grandmother would say, common sense, and applying that to the network that you're in is phenomenal and empowering.
Yeah. So when I was looking at the images of all the wonderful speakers that are part of this particular Black Business Olympics, I was reading all the little fine print to see who I could connect with, and I suggest you do the same thing. Go back over those images and look and see what each person is good at and what their expertise is at, or what they're speaking about. It might be something that might hit you in such a way that you say, you know what, let me reach out to them and see if we can connect, if we can collaborate with one another. Maybe we can work on something. You know, oftentimes I'll hear people say, well, I have to do everything because I don't have the money. And I say, well, if you don't have the money, then you need to rethink business, because being an entrepreneur takes a lot of risk and it does take money. But in the times when you don't have the finances, think about bartering services. Think about, how can I give you a service in return for a service that you can give to me, so that we're working with one another. And don't limit yourself. I think in the old school way was we would think, oh, well, men can do this and women can do this. Well, nowadays it doesn't work that way. You can, across the board, we can both do the same thing. And even in that, though, we both have our strengths and we have our weaknesses, and we need to collaborate with one another. So think about that as well. I think you're muted.
Muted.
Sorry about that.
You're great.
Thank you so much, William and Aida, correct?
Yes, Aida, thank you.
Awesome. Loved hearing all the great information you guys presented today. So genius' comment, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the bottom of the screen, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2023, NC100, Moody Capital's Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Reach Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Cheney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Design is human. It's about people. It's about life. We've designed everything around us since the beginning of time. The things that we see, the things that we hear, experience, and feel. And in this evolving digital frontier that we are calling the metaverse, there are opportunities to do things that we never thought were even possible. But with innovation comes responsibility, and there will be many challenges that we must face and overcome together. I've often wondered, how do we create balance between humanity, technology, and the environment in a world that is already constructed? It's as though we are designing against the grain. This is something that many of us are trying to figure out at this technological tipping point. I personally have spent countless hours of my life, especially in the last few years, really thinking about this, thinking about how to create amazing, innovative, and artistic, immersive experiences using technology, but while still doing our part in this world to protect our people and to protect the environment. And what I've realized is that collective thinking around design is holding us back. It's become mechanical, a series of conflicting checklists and linear conventions, components of production cycles. We don't always think about design as coming from within, as inherent to our species, the human. So today I will discuss 5 immersive design considerations for the metaverse outside of these technical checklists and processes. These are considerations that are a little more qualitative, sometimes a little harder to wrap our minds around and transfer that knowledge into meaningful action. These are the things that impact our decision making and the world we live in, whether we realize it or not. And when we make this connection more mainstream, I truly believe that we can evolve the world by pioneering what artistic but responsible, immersive design looks and feels like, and what the metaverse should evolve to become and to include. My name is Natasha Rapsat, and I am an experienced designer, strategist, multi-dimensional being, an explorer traveling to see the bones of the world and to learn for the future of humanity. I have medium brown skin and dark hair that is pulled back. I'm wearing a black shirt, red lipstick. Before we get into the considerations, let's discuss immersive design for common understanding. Feel free to leave comments or questions. I will do my best to answer. Thank you for joining me today.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, for an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helen Hicks, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Kyle Freeman. Kyle got started in business marketing in 1996 in San Diego, California. He was the first field coordinator promoted in the region in record time. He left the company after several years and became the head trainer of a similar company in the telecom marketing industry. Spending many years with two different companies, he decided to set out on his own. In 2003, he created Juice Marketing Incorporated. He served as president and CEO for the next 5 years. In that period of time, under his leadership, the company JMI became JMI Telecom Corp., a publicly traded company and one of the only minorities-owned public utilities in the country. I present to you Kyle Freeman.
How are you?
Hello, nice to meet you, Kyle.
Nice to meet you also, too.
Thank you. Genius's comment, and I will see you on the other side.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
First of all, before we get started, I want to say thank you to Dr. Eric Kelly III and the Black Business Network for this opportunity to be able to share with young entrepreneurs, and students that are looking to get into the entrepreneur industry in this segment of life. First of all, I got to tell you, in business, you want to understand there's ups and downs and to be a part of that. So I'm just going to kind of tell you a little bit about my story and how I got involved with this, and then I'll kind of go into my topic where we're talking about is raising venture capital for your business. But just as Ms. Helen said, that I got started back in 1996 and got a chance to work in the industry that I was in with telecom with a few different companies and becoming the head trainer. Decided I wanted to step out on my own and do my own thing. And once we did that, basically, one of the key things about business is that most businesses within the first 5 years, now listen to me when I say this, especially new folks, most businesses within the first 5 years go out of business. And the reason they go out of business is because of lack of funding. So I wanted to make sure we took care of that in the beginning of our business. So I created what's called a VC, a venture capital side. I used to work in venture capital with other companies, worked with other basically firms and helped them, bring revenue to companies and bring funding to companies. And decided I wanted to do that on my own and do it for my own company. So that's what we did. We put a team together and we started making that happen. What I was able to do with my company is basically I did what we call a reverse merger. Now, if you ever heard that term before, or if you've ever heard maybe in the movie Wall Street or something like that, or the Wolf of Wall Street, you hear about it, but mergers and acquisitions. But basically, what I did was I bought what was called a dormant shell, and you want to make sure you have the right people to, kind of look the shell over for you, make sure it's okay and it looks good. And I paid a little bit of money to have that done. Once we did that, I basically rolled my company, which was Juice Marketing, into that public traded entity, and that's what's called a reverse merger. And once we did that, on paper, I was rich. Okay. The next day, Goldman Sachs called me up, and because it was basically the press release that got out, and it was on all the financial networks and everything, so it got out, and we were on our way. So to tell you about that process and how it works, and again, go ahead, you want to grab a pad and pen, you want to take some notes. And before I do that, the first thing I want to do is I want to talk to you about, making sure you have everything lined up. So if you do have your own company, or if you have a company right now, if you're looking to get into business, number one, the first thing you want to do is basically you want to get what's called a corporation. So what does that mean? That means an S corp, C corp, or LLC. It could be a PLLC, but you want to get a corporation. So basically, you do that with a company, corporation, or any place, or go online to do it. But become a corporation. Okay, that's the way you can do it, and you want to be able to do it the right way. Okay, now once you become a corporation, then you want to get your kit. Let me say that again. When you become a corporation, you also want to order the kit. Now, why is that important? Most of the time I talk to business owners all the time, and I ask them, I say, are you a corporation? And they say, yes, we're a corporation. And then the next question I ask them is, did you get the kit? And they said, what's the kit? So that's very important, because when you become a corporation, a lot of times people just get on the phone and do it, or do it online, and you'll get the paperwork that you need to be able to set up your article of incorporation, and you can get your EIN number. But you also want to get the kit. It costs a little bit extra to get that, but once you get that, that's where your article of incorporation go. You also put your board together. Once again, you want to have a board. Okay, what does that mean? That means board of directors. Okay, these are people that your advisor you want to be able to go to, and a lot of times these are going to probably be people that you maybe mentors, or people that are not just going to be yes men or yes women for you. You want some people that are going to basically tell you when things are good or when things are bad. You need that, because you don't want anybody just kind of always saying yes to you all the time. You need somebody to keep you straight, keep you narrow, and make sure that you can continue to grow too. Okay, to get your board of directors. Now, these individuals, they basically could be paying positions, or maybe they could be granted or given stock, or portions of the company. But basically, very, very important to have that strong team. Okay. Um, with that, you're also going to get what's called a business plan. Okay, and with the business plan, you want to make sure that you have everything about your business. So what does this mean? I'm talking about from the roof to the floor. Okay, I'm talking about, matter of fact, to the dirt, to the basement. You want to have everything lined up. And I got to tell you, the more detail, the better. A lot of times people put something together, and I ask them, I take a look at it, it might be a couple pages long, and I'm like, well, what's your operation? How are you doing it? What are your hours? What are you going to pay? What's your growth strategy? What's your growth plan? How are you going to put this together? How are you going to make this up with the team? Where's the expertise? So a business plan is very, very, very vital to what you're doing. Matter of fact, if you're trying to go to the bank and get a loan, the first thing the bank is going to ask you for is a business plan. Now, I'm not talking about one that you just wrote up yourself. Yeah, that's the way to get started. That would be more like a skeleton group business plan. But you want to go to a person that specializes in writing business plans, because you're going to need a performer in there. You're going to need some numbers to talk about, probably a 5-year plan of how you're going to start today and where you're going to be 5 years from now. And in every, 2 to 3, years, you want to go back and take a look at your business plan, revise it. Okay, make sure you go back and have a growth strategy for it. All right. Again, the biggest reason why businesses go out of business is because they don't have the proper planning in place and they don't have the proper funding. Okay. So you want to have that business plan. Also, you might want to add to that an executive summary. Very important that you can have that in the beginning of the business plan. And sometimes when you want to talk to investors or things like that, you might have to give them the whole business plan. Maybe just get started, give them the first part of the executive summary. And then if you think you can go further or you think something might be happening or you might have some traction, then you turn around and give them your business plan. A lot of times, don't just do that right out the box because you might give your plan to somebody, take a look at it, and then they go out and try to become competition. So you want to also have non-disclosures or NDAs in place when you do show your business plan to somebody, especially if you're just getting started, okay? Because you don't want anybody to take your idea, all right? So you want to have the business plan, and then also too, with that, you want to have, like I talked to you about before, that executive summary and also having that board of directors. That could be a part of your business plan. It could be in there, but also having those people ready and available. And number three, and probably one of the most important uh, things that you will need is have a legal team. Okay, what do I mean by that? That means you want to have somebody in place that's legal that can protect you. So if something would happen, you basically have legal protection. Okay. Matter of fact, when I was running my business, I had three attorneys. Okay. I had an SEC attorney, which is now called FINRA. So you would call that a FINRA attorney. But when I was going public, I had a FINRA attorney. All right. I also had an attorney basically for all of my contracts and everything. So the different contracts that we wrote when I was a telecom company, the different basically companies that we negotiated with. I had an individual specifically for those contracts. And so, as a matter of fact, how I became a public utility is because I got the public utility application. I didn't fill it out. I sent it to my, attorney. My attorney turned around, filled it out, answered a couple questions. We got, basically we got approved to be a public utility in the state of North Carolina and the state of Kentucky. So you want to have those people there that can do that for you. Also, you want to have, I had a third attorney. That attorney was for anything inside the office. So anything happened, somebody came in the office and let's say they drank a cup of coffee and they burnt themselves or something spilled on them. I want a protection for that. If basically something happened, and somebody fell down and tripped on the carpet or whatever, anything happening with human resources or whatever, I had an attorney for that. So all of that, I had three separate attorneys. I was paying pretty fine. Well, I wouldn't say fine, but pretty large retainer. But guess what? We were running a public entity. I wanted to make sure certain things didn't happen. I remember talking with my wife the other day, and we were talking about how somebody actually got hurt at a place that they went to, and basically they sued the company because they slipped on the floor or something like that. So if you have an office space or something like that, and you have people that come out, you want to make sure that you have coverage. You also want to have insurance for that also. Very, very important. Number four is have insurance, at your business. So that if anything could happen, you're protected. So all of these things in place now can kind of get you started. For now that you have that, well, why do you have to put all these things in place to protect yourself? Because now you want to start raising money, okay? And we call it raising funds, and how you do that. And basically, raising capital, venture capital, VC. Now that you have that, that basically what I talked about, your kit. Inside that kit, once you get it, there's going to be these forms. And these forms are actually called shares. Now, they're really not worth anything to you at the moment, so you have to get started. But once you get those shares, basically you have a seal in there and you stamp them. Now you start talking to people. A lot of times it may be family members, close friends, people that are interested in your idea. But what you want to do is you want to pitch your idea to people that are interested. Those people that are interested, they can now become what we call shareholders. Now, I want you to understand is that you don't have to be a stockbroker to pitch your own shares in your company. Right, you can actually pitch your own shares. As you do that, you now work hard because now you have a vested interest in some of your friends, family members, or whoever that may be that now have invested in you. You've got a vested interest to make sure you grow your company. Okay, so a lot of times I tell people don't do this unless you're 100% sure and you're ready to grow your business because if not, now you're putting yourself in a position where you're liable to other people. And again, especially talking to friends and family members and things don't work out, you don't want to mess up those relationships, right? Okay, so you want to make sure you get yourself prepared to be able to do that. But once that ball is running and rolling, then you can open up to other forms of investments where you might have what's called like institutional pipes or maybe there might be funds out there. A lot of times it could be funds whether you're in healthcare, whether you're in technology, oil and gas, or real estate. There could be different funds specifically for those different particular segments or sectors that you're in. and you can communicate with those folks. You can talk to them. Um, I want to share with you getting out in your community. That's probably the biggest place where you're going to find people interested in what you're doing. Okay, getting out to, let's say, the Chamber of Commerce. Matter of fact, the African Chamber of Commerce, the Urban League, NAACP. Also, you might want to go to places like BNI, Business Network International, the TIPS organization, different types of Rotary clubs, Lions Club. But get out to these different places, functions. Start letting people know what you have going on and what's happening. Have business cards with you, okay? And invest in some decent business cards, okay? You don't want to invest in business cards that are perforated edges or whatever. You tell me, hey, look, I'm just getting started. You're not going to get any, body to fund you like that. So, I don't want to say put all your money into a business card because remember, the card doesn't work. It's just a representation of you for a quick moment, but it's for that elevator pitch. You basically those 30-second pitch because that's something that you want to have when you talk to somebody. You never know. Somebody comes up and you talk to them or you say something to them, they're interested. Hey, here's my card. Give me a call. But also, make sure that when you give your card to them, you get something in return. Okay, get their cards back, get a phone number, an email address, but whatever. Don't just give your card out without getting one back. Okay, because you want to say, hey, look, I met you in the elevator, or hey, I met you at that restaurant, hey, I met you at that Rotary Club meeting, hey, I met you at the tip meeting, and then you write it on the back card where you met him at, and so when you call them up, you can jar their memory. Oh, yeah, that's right. Now that's going to give you an opportunity to be able to pitch your deal. Okay? One of the other things that you want to do is study your competition. Let me say that again. Study your competition. Okay, know what they're doing. Know how they're growing their business. Know how they got started. There could be some learning lessons in there for you. And also, too, it can help you basically deviate some potholes that may come along your way. Okay? Very important. If you don't have any competition in your area and you're in that type of segment, that could be great that there's nobody there, but that also means it's going to be harder because now you have to sell this to people that it might be a concept, it might be an idea, it might be an intangible. Okay, so but get used to working with folks and also get some alliances. Right now, I'm in the insurance business, and I share with people basically with my insurance practice that there's no such thing as not working with somebody. I don't care if they are in another company or if they represent another segment of our business. You can always learn, okay? And that's the one thing about this business. Learn. Always put yourself in a situation of learning how to find information, learning how to grow your business, learning how to teach other people how to do your business. I share with folks, especially when you start a business, get our R&D department. Everybody knows what R&D is, right? Research and development. Get a department like that basically can constantly be looking for new ideas, new concepts. When you're raising capital, I know a lot of times people want to think in the now and right now because when do you need capital? When do you need money? Right now, right? But you also want to have a visionary type of situation. You want to be able to talk about this is what we're doing now, but this is where we're going. And when you're talking to investors, they really don't want to know what you got going now. They can see what's going on now. They want to know where are you headed to? What direction are you going? Do I know that you're going to be here 5, 10, 15 years from now? And so you want to be looking in that area. And that's the way you can do it by getting a research and development, team. I talk to people all the time when they're looking to take their companies public. And I ask them, I said, have you ever heard of Microsoft? They said, yes, we know Microsoft. It's, Windows and Windows 95, Windows XP, and, Windows 2000 and everything, right? You know about that. But then I asked them, have you ever heard of MSNBC? And they're like, MSNBC? I said, yes. I said, well, you know what MS stands for, right? And they're like, what? I said, that's Microsoft. Microsoft has basically got into the news. They're a 24-hour news station. So MSNBC is actually Bill Gates' Microsoft. I also asked them, hey, have you ever heard of Xbox? They're like, Xbox? What do you mean Xbox? Well, guess what? Microsoft basically created Xbox. Why? Because PlayStation was doing really well, and Nintendo was doing really well. So Microsoft went out and created, Xbox, a whole another competition to PlayStation in the gaming industry. But Microsoft is thinking ahead, thinking in advance. I tell people this is really back in the day. I'm kind of giving up my age now, but If you remember Hotmail, everybody remember Hotmail back in the day, right? Well, I remember one day I was reading about how Bill Gates bought Hotmail for $400 million. Now think about that. I was like, Hotmail. Now all it was back then was just a bunch of emails, and basically being that it was just a bunch of emails. But when I looked at that, and at the time, Hotmail had 4 million subscribers. Now think about it. This is way before the day of understanding data and things like that. But Bill Gates was smart enough to see that each one of those emails was worth $100 to him. So he paid $400 million for the Hotmail. And if anybody still has Hotmail now, the way you get to your Hotmail, you have to go through MSNBC or MS.com, to basically get in there, right? MSN.com, and that's how you get into your Hotmail account, because Bill Gates bought that Hotmail and he rolled it up in there. But that's what those clients were worth to him. And think about it. When they did that, now you have to go to MSN.com to go into your email account, just like AOL had their own community, where basically when you went into AOL, it was all AOL. So now Bill Gates was able to pitch anything else to you. So if you ever heard of Classmates.com or Veterans.com, those companies, they're owned by Microsoft. Bill Gates, that's correct. Okay, so again, your business, has to not just be the business of the now, but you want to make sure that you're thinking about how to grow your business and how to get to the next level, and especially when you're looking to get investors. Okay, so again, raising capital. So in your business plan, you always want to have a part where you could, always amend or add to it. And as you continue to keep growing it, just think about, other ways you can grow your business, other ways you can make things happen, because that's what the investor wants to hear. They want to give you a certain portion of money, and when they do that or fund you a certain portion, but they're expecting to get that portion back, and they want to get it with some interest. So you want to make sure you're putting everything in place to be able to make sure you grow your business. Now, I got to tell you, I had to learn this, and it was hard. I didn't have anybody to look up to. There wasn't a lot of people around that looked like me that had a publicly traded company. So I had, only a couple people I could talk to. And I share that with you now just because, you guys have a whole lot, I don't want to say easier, but a whole lot more tools that are out there. I didn't have, social media. There was no Facebook back then. There was no, Instagram and Twitter where people could find out what we were doing. Everything was all about, grassroots, hard, basically really getting out there, knocking on doors and, meeting people and making relationships. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't down social media and everything as it is now, but I want you to understand those grassroots. Get out there and meet those people, shake their hands. There's no substitute for, basically an eyeball to eyeball, kneecap to kneecap, belly button to belly button business. I was reading something the other day, and I was looking at the postal office and how the postal office, got started. A lot of people hear about the Pony Express. They realize the Pony Express only lasted for about 9 months, but yet that was so vital to the postal service that even though it was only about 9 months long, it continues to, people still hear about it to this day, and how postal went from there, and Wells Fargo kind of got into it, and also too how it went from basically from the Pony Express to the train, taken around, and now it's the airplanes, and now it's around, and now we have what's called email, right? So how technology has grown and evolved, but yet still the postal service is out there doing their thing. But now they have a lot of competition with UPS and FedEx, and now you've got Amazon delivering, and you've got all these other companies, DHL, that are doing some things. So understand that there will be other people coming around, but again, you got to know how to maneuver through these. I could call them potholes or maneuver through these obstacles. I don't like to call them challenges or whatever, or problems, because we have to learn how to go either above them, around them, over them, whatever it takes to basically make sure that your company still stays afloat, okay? And make sure you can still always come up with great ideas and new concepts so you can, again, pitch your idea to people to raise capital. Now, again, you've got a great idea, phenomenal idea, and your company is growing. It's not going to be hard for you to find capital. But if you're not making money, you're not doing things, I like to call it the syndrome of hurry up and fail. Let me say that again. Hurry up and fail. What does that mean? That means fail your way to the top. See, the person that fails the most, makes the most money. The people you always hear say, whoever gets the most no's gets the most yeses. So I always, wanted to add to, in my business and to my leaders and team when we talked about different strategies. I'd be like, hey, let's try a new concept. Let's try something different, but let's hurry up and get through it. And if it works, great. If not, sail our way to the top, hurry up and get rid of it and come up with something else. Don't cry me a river or be pity patty parties or anything. Keep going. I'm telling you right now, entrepreneurs, I know it's going to be hard. I know it's going to be challenging for you, but keep going. Now, a couple things that I would recommend is, first of all, get this book. Okay, you want to be a reader. Okay, you got to read. Okay, all leaders are not readers, but all leaders read. Okay, all leaders are not readers, but all leaders read. Okay, so you want to read and find out different things. Read in different. I like to call it riding in different bikes or riding in different channels because you could learn from other industries what they did. A good book is From Good to Great. Very good book that you want to get. But my favorite one, my go-to book, is the E-Myth Theory. Let me say that again. E-Myth Theory. Matter of fact, there's a couple different versions out there. It's the E-Myth Theory Revisited. That's out there also, so you want to be able to read that. I believe that he wrote it. A gentleman wrote the book, and 15 years later came back and redid it. But that book right there really kind of helped me out because a lot of you guys out there are entrepreneurs, and being that you're an entrepreneur, you understand you got a great idea, but you might not have all of the tools and all the traits it takes to get you to the next level. And especially if you're looking to raise capital. So if you're going to be raising capital, you got to make sure that you're putting the right people in place, getting the right team together, having the right concepts, and doing it the right way. Again, one of the right ways to do it is by getting your corporation, a C Corp, a S Corp, LLC, PLLC, get the kit, which is a little bit extra, get the kit, which has the shares in it, and the seal. And then start pitching your business, start pitching your idea to folks, having them invest in your company. And once they invest, however you prioritize it or however you put it together, you give them a portion of whatever that is, you give them their certificate. Now, you grow your company. Go out and make that company grow every day, okay? And I always like to tell people, especially new folks that are putting together a business plan, work your business like a job until it pays like a business. Let me say it again. Work your business like a job until it pays like a business. The biggest concept, or I want to say the biggest misconception, especially around new people, and I find this happens all the time. Most of the time, somebody creates a company because either they feel they can do something better than someone else they've already been doing, or they found an idea and they think they can do a better way. And I got to tell you, folks, there's nothing new up under the sun. But if they think they can do it another way, then they go out. And a lot of times what they'll do is they'll take their savings or they'll mortgage their house or they'll, basically do it that way, any way they can to build a business, but you don't have that perpetual funding coming in, which is going to keep your business growing. So that's the reason why you want to learn how to utilize venture capital, how to grow your business, okay? And again, these are tools that I'm helping you put into place that for you, again, as that young entrepreneur or as that established business or as that young individual out there that basically is listening to this and they want to get into their own, entrepreneur type, space. If they want to do that, you want to understand how to do all of these things that I've shared with you right now. You can also get my book. I wrote a book about it, about going public and how I did it. Basically, you can go ahead and go to the book goingpublic.info. Once again, it's called the book goingpublic.info. And I just kind of wrote this book because a lot of people would ask me how I did it and what we did. So I wrote it. It was kind of very therapeutic for me. Basically therapeutic for me in writing this book because of the different challenges that were out there. Again, not having a lot of people that look like me to be able to talk to me about it. But I got to tell you, there is one gentleman who I really, really, really admired, and that's what pushed me to go in that direction to take the company public. And his name is Reginald Lewis. Once again, Reginald Lewis. And he wrote the book called Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun? Once again, Reginald Lewis, and he wrote the book, Why Should White Guys Have All the Fun? He actually is the biggest reverse merger in history, and a lot of people don't even know that it was done by a black man. Beatrice International Foods. He was actually basically he was married to the lady that owned it, but he was the lawyer that represented the transaction. And a lot of people didn't know it was him behind it, but basically, yes, again, the biggest reverse merger in history was done by a black man. That's right. And once again, his name was Reginald Lewis. That was my motivation to go out there and make it happen. And I was just so, basically honored to be able to read his book, learn from him, and then basically get out there and do my own thing. And so I would applaud, and I would actually, applaud any of you that were looking to do something like this. I believe every company should be publicly traded. All right? Yes, every company. Now, I know that might scare a few people, but I remember I was reading one time, and Gene Simmons, everybody know from the group, the rock group Kiss. Now, I don't listen to it. I don't condone it. But I remember Gene Simmons is very, very smart. And one of the things that he said is he said, the notion of a business doing one thing is a foolish notion. And said again, the notion of a business doing one thing is a foolish notion. So I'm not telling you to go out and try to have 5 different, divisions of your company right away. But I'm telling you, get one division working strong, and as that division gets strong, then turn around and go ahead and take some of your profits, move off, and start another division. And then after that starts growing, that gets popular. Once again, go ahead and move on to another one. Again, as I told you about Microsoft, same thing with Amazon. Amazon started off as basically an online company. I remember back in the day in 1999, Amazon was just selling books online. That's what it was. All they did was sell books, and they weren't making any money, weren't making any profit at the time, but it was just selling books. But now he sells everything. And now you have AWS, which is Amazon, their software. You also have basically Amazon Prime. You've got TV that they're doing. Matter of fact, they do the football games on Thursday now. Amazon, they bought Whole Foods. So just like Microsoft is going off into different areas, Amazon has done the same thing. Jeff Bezos has basically, created a rocket now. So he's got a rocket that goes to the moon and taking civilians up, in outer space. So all of these different types of things come from basically having one company that is very productive. And I got to tell you, they probably raise funds to get those things started. And then once you go public, now you have to be accountable to your shareholders, which is true. But as long as you're doing things right, that's no problem. Just basically make sure you do what you say you're going to do with the fund. Okay. Same thing with Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg actually went public, and he had to go public because Mark Zuckerberg had over 500 investors with his company. But then the day that he went public, overnight, he became a billionaire. And now you take a look at Facebook. Facebook was just what? A bunch of people that got on free and wanted to share pictures and tell the story every day about what they're doing. But you can see that Facebook has evolved. They're changing. Now you do advertising on Facebook. They make a ton of money from people advertising on Facebook. Then they came out with Meta, and now they're going into that part of what's happening with, basically the virtual reality and things like that. So again, all of these companies, they bought what? They bought on Instagram. Okay, I think they bought Snapchat. So they have gone off into other areas, but same thing. Once you become public and once you raise capital, you want to start looking at ways to grow your business. All right, grow your business. And I got to tell you, too, it's not an easy thing because that's the reason why you want to get that book, The E-Myth Theory. I found myself many times sleepless nights. Okay, if you know the cover of if you know the cover of my book, I got a cup of coffee and some aspirin, along with with the New York Times. But very, 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 I want to say stressful times. And again, only because, maybe I wasn't prepared for that situation or I didn't put myself in the right environment. But as long as you have a game plan, as long as you have sharp people around you, and again, those people that are around you, especially your board of directors, make sure that they have some experience in those industries. So when you do come to those obstacles, and again, I don't like to call them problems, I call them obstacles because in every obstacle, there's an opportunity, there's a seed of success. So when you run across a problem and you think it's a problem, it's going to continue to be a problem. But when you run across it, you say, look, you know what? This is the obstacle. Now, how am I going to get through this? I'm either going to get through it, I'm going to go over it, I'm going to go under it, I'm going to go around it, but however, I'm going to get it accomplished. Okay, and there will be obstacles. But not only that, these obstacles are going to make you stronger, okay, when you go through them. So I can't tell you how many times that, we came across, a couple of deals that we were trying to do. One that reminds me the most is when we signed our deal with MoneyGram. We had a deal with MoneyGram and we would do that, but it was obstacles. Again, when we became a public utility, there were obstacles. When we went public, there were obstacles. But again, you bring yourself around some sharp people, your board of directors, you go to them for advice, okay? And again, anytime you get stuck, you want to make sure, who is my competition? What are they going through? How did they get through it? And once you do that, that should be able to, I'm not going to tell you it's always going to help you out at that particular moment, in that particular time, but it may come to you a couple days later. It may come to you a week later, but at least you want to have different places to go to and different people to talk to get through those obstacles and those challenges. With raising money, with doing venture capital, probably the most important thing is I can tell you or share with you, do what you say you're going to do with the funds. And say that once again. Do what you say you're going to do with the funds. Whatever your business plan says you're going to be doing and whatever, proportions you have slated for that, please make sure you do that. Don't get out here and do what the folks at Enron did. If you don't remember, just look it up. It's a movie out there, but it's called Enron. Enron, the guys in the room, or the sharpest guys in the room, smartest guys. That please don't do things like that. Make sure that you do what you say you're going to do, because you've got a fiduciary responsibility, especially to your shareholders. And I got to tell you this, that even if you do have something that comes up and you may fall short, and you will, okay, you will fall short sometimes, as long as you can be honest and upfront with your shareholders or with your investors, you'll be able to go back to them again. And they'll understand, because they've been through those types of situations too. And so you may even be able to talk to them and they might be able to give you some advice. But again, make sure you do what you say you're going to do. It's going to be really hard to come back to an investor or somebody that you're dealing with, or let's say a firm, or it could be an institutional buy, and you don't do what you say you're going to do. Now you got a chance to be able to get yourself into some hot water, and you don't want to be able to do that, okay? So again, once raising capital, raising venture capital, make sure you're doing it right, okay? And I'm going to give you a couple things once again, just to make sure you get this. First of all, number one is get your corporation, okay? Once again, LLC, C Corp, or S Corp, or P LLC. All right, you have to be a corporation to be able to raise shares, raise money. Number two is your business plan. Get a business plan, all right, and make sure that business plan is going to have board of directors. Is going to help you out. Also, you want to have your executive summary, okay, with that. All right, make sure that you get that together. Again, when you're talking to some investors, you might be able to just give out the portion of the executive summary first before you give them the whole business plan. If you do want to give them out the business plan, make sure they sign an NDA, non-disclosure, non-compete. Okay, make sure that gets signed. All right, especially before you send out the business plan. All right, then number three, get your legal team. Okay, once again, get a legal team together. Then basically, again, FINRA, SEC attorney, which basically is now FINRA. SEC is now called FINRA. So that type of attorney, they can help you out. Again, I would pay whatever the retainer is, because it's definitely going to be worth it if you don't have things right. If you get into trouble, it's going to cost you a whole lot more than paying that retainer fee. So make sure you pay that. They're there to protect you. All right. Also, I had another attorney I told you about that basically anything in the office, make sure they're protecting what's going on. And then I had another attorney that for like the human resources type of things in the office that can happen, any of that, make sure you have that too. Okay. And also an attorney for reading contracts. All type of contracts, anything that comes through, make sure that you can get those things taken care of. So those are three main things that I would focus on if you want to start raising venture capital, okay? And once again, if you want to get my book, you can do that. Go to the book. It's called The Book Going Public.info. Once again, The Book Going Public.info. And if you want to get in contact with me, you get in contact with me, JMIPRES. Once again, JMIPRES P-R-E-S. So that's J-M-I-P as in Paul, R as in Robert, E as in Edward, S as in Steve. JMIPRES at gmail.com. Okay? Once again, JMIPRES at gmail.com. Get in contact with me. I'd love to be able to talk to you, love to be able to have a conversation with you. Again, I hope you have thought about what you're going to do with your business, and I hope you can have all the success in the world that you could ever imagine. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Kyle. That was some great information that we heard from you. I took lots of notes myself.
I'm looking for your call.
Awesome. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The Expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use Cash App, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Reach Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Chennai Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy, especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.